There we go. Finally. Should probably fix all of this stuff. Stream info. Here we go. It's a pure mystery. Okay. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Why is my co-stream private? That's so ridiculous. Oh my gosh. That's not what I want. Oh my gosh, it's finally working. Oh. Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, much better. Okay, there we go. Perfectly acceptable opening hand. Now the real question is, do we bolt the bird? Yes. Ooh, I know this deck. More bird bolting. God, I cannot remember the last time that I was actually on stream. It feeds my ADHD so well to have so many different things to look at. Yep. So I never verbalized what this deck is that I'm up against. It's Teamer Battle Crier, and they don't have... Oh no, that's green. They have green. They don't have all three colors, so they can do it now if they use this. There we go. But I'm in no position to criticize because I have only duplicates of stuff I don't really need. Yeah, Battle Crier makes their stuff cost 2 less, so they can drop a 4-drop now. It kind of sucks, but I genuinely am just going to jam an additional eidetic memory here because we just have copies of stuff that we don't need. No. Yeah, that makes sense. We're very rapidly at the point where we've bricked ourselves at the point at... Yeah. There we go, Ouroboride. Yeah, you can have that. You can have that. 2 Cauldron, 2 Memory. That's rough. I'm just going to say yes. All right. Oh, I sat down too quick. I need to run real. Whoa! Oh no, everybody's going to have seen my pajamas. I'm not wearing work pants to stream. Oh, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. No realistic turn 1 play, but at least we can go Thundering Falls. We really need to get to another land that isn't this other Thundering Falls, though. Yeah. Cauldron deck? Infinite Cauldron? No, wait, we don't have Training Grounds instead anymore. I feel like we could just discard the VV here, but let's keep it. I've been punished for discarding the VV too many times. Oh, it's an Oculus deck in blue-black? How peculiar. It's not, surely it's not Fairy Tribal. What are we doing? Interesting. Okay, okay. I really want both of these in play, but I also... You know what? We're not getting super punished right now. So they have removal in hand of some kind. Or they have instant speed. Oh, they have this. Okay, okay, okay. Are these removal spells? If they have strategic betrayal, we're going to get really punished for running this out. So let's go Mako. Pass. Hold up the Abrade. Probably not going to be relevant. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, interesting. So this is good because you can copy the Sleepcast Fairy for 1 mana. You can copy the Abhorrent Oculus for 3. Fascinating. Okay. Do we want to upgrade any of that? No, I don't think so. Oh, excellent. Untapped land. Let's play a Turso so we can pressure them a bit. I think we discard the Abrade and the VV. Okay, so now we can play another Goblin. Because we're at the point now where we want to pressure them. If I discarded the stories instead of the VV, I could have triggered Fear of Missing Out, but that's fine. Honestly, them spending mana on untyping the Sleep Coast Fairy is totally fine for me, because I'm just digging at this point. Interesting. Mako Winter Night Stories and just go? Unless they have a counterspell. They don't have any counterspell. Weird. Yes, I just discarded 2 cards on purpose. And then we go land, Wild Ride into the Mako that we played this turn, not the Grease Ranch Goblin. I always get thrown when my newest creature is not on the right. Okay. It is. It's literally fairy tribal. That's so perplexing. You make me sad, Tursa. I wanted that. Oh, it wasn't that the good exile. It was the Winter Night Stories. Oh, that's frustrating. Well, either way. Yeah, it becomes an opponent Oculus. Cool. And we win. Now, the real question is, what's Tursa going to exile, and is it going to be helpful? Lame. What? Okay, what are you going to do with the rest of it? If you're not going to kill this, I'm going to play this. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. I love when my opponent making blocking choices makes for such good content. So I could attack into that and lose that, or I could go no attacks and then just play this. So, in our opponent's graveyard is a Sleepcast Fairy. Creature cards exiled. Okay. Okay, so they've got double... Cool. They've got double Oculus. I'm honestly not even particularly threatened. Cool. Mm-hmm. Are you for real? Are you for real right now? Tursa exiling that Winter Night Stories really ruined me. Okay, so we have to go Soul Cauldron, our own graveyard, and we have to get Grease Wrench Goblin to draw more cards? Yeah. Cool. Okay. Oh, they have the fairy fencing. Okay. Dig! There we go. Now, if I play Tursa, what do I get? I don't get to draw any more cards. But I do get to exile something from my graveyard. So... But I can't play anything with it because I have to use the mana from this. Unbelievable. Okay, 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 we're doomed. We're doomed! We're doomed. Now we can do this. I have no idea what Yimbus is. Okay, okay, okay. So I still can't... Okay. So I have to rip a creature off the top because I can't discard with these guys anymore. That is so good. That is... I'm so happy with that, honestly. Because that is just... Boom. Boom. That's fine. Not a moronic. No, we don't have any activated abilities. Let me draw cards in anybody's graveyards. Nope, that's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to play you. We're going to activate you for mana. We're going to cast you without tapping anything. Wow. Okay. I'm really upset that I have to do that. What am I doing with my life? I cannot believe I'm losing to a Fairies tribal deck. Unbelievable. I really, really wanted to be able to exile a Likeness Looter, but I can't. I think we're just dead. Unbelievable. Unreal. I try so hard to take, like, personal responsibility for my own losses, but that felt so hard to get through. All right, anytime you have a rough moment, you switch up what you're doing. Let's play something that's just always positive, always enjoyable, some Egg of Eternities. So Sarima's pretty good. It doesn't search for a ton, obviously, in the format, but it's also just a 5/5 flying spacecraft. The other options are a If I just assume that I'm going to Terra Symbiosis, this is good. This is terrible. Look, I was looking for excuses to not snap take the Cryogen Relic, if we're being completely honest. Hey, look, it's the card that my commenters love so much more, and I still don't understand. So, if we're looking for blue cards to go with Cryogen Relic, these are both fine, but we can definitely get something better. Going into green-blue would be very, very good, but usually it doesn't get us everything that we want in Quick Draft because the bots take everything really aggressively. I mean, it's still absolutely worth the gamble to take a Seed Ship Agrarian. This thing's incredible. Just straight up. Ooh, interesting. That's fantastic. A second Cryogen Relic. Also a Mummenin. He should have Mummenis. Honestly, he could have flying and Mummenis. Would not be a meaningful buff to a guy with 1 power. I'm going to take the Cryogen Relic. Just because I would love to take him, but he's committing to a second color, and we've already gambled a little bit here. Cryogen Relic is a safe pick that I also just want for so many reasons. Ooh, this is one of the really good things to do with Cryogen Relics. This is just good. This is not as good as it seems, unfortunately. This needs to be like on a much smaller creature. Oh. For the record, if you're in a human draft, this should never make it to pick 5. This is incredible. This would make me pivot to blue if I didn't already have 2 Cryogen Relics. What? Okay. I always forget how much the bots undervalue blue compared to how much they overvalue green. Oh. These are both fantastic. I would love both of them. Can I pick 2 draft just for that pack? Interesting. So Whale's not terrible. This, I'm getting enough cards that actually might be worth playing. Let's just take Whale. I don't hate that. Swarm Color, always happy to see that with a pair of Cryogen Relics in our deck. Cryo Shatter Wield, which makes no sense. I was happy to see Unravel, but if we've got some decent black stuff, I'd love to take Beckoner. Mental Modulation with an Operative is absolutely incredible. Interesting. Normally I would take the Divert Disaster here, but maybe we can find a use for Comet Crawler in this situation. Interesting. What is this even? Oh, this is the terrible card. All of these uncommons are terrible. Do I unironically first pick a Swarm Color? I guess I'm not going to see a second one, probably. Or at least I don't want to have to pick a Swarm Color when there's a better card in a later pack. Ooh. So these would be great. I'm going to take the Virus Beetle because it's more aggressive. We've got more lower level stuff. If we can keep our whole curve like below Swarm Color, then we'll do way better than playing a 6-mana Circuit Feeder. This would be great. We're absolutely taking the Operative. If we can turn to Operative every game, we're going to absolutely steamroll people. This is one of the best things to sacrifice a Cryogen Relic to, but unfortunately there's an Operative in the pack. Would love a Mental Modulation, but Virus Beetle. Okie Doki. This is a trap. People keep playing it. I want it to be good, but it's a trap. I guess we'll take the Comet Crawler. Normally I would take the Whale, but I'm actually wondering if we can get everything 3 or below and we can replace the Swarm colors with Comet Crawlers, we'll have a very different deck to usual. Oh my gosh. This shouldn't be here. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Hildeblade! I mean, we're not warping very much. But maybe we're just going to be sacrificing stuff the old-fashioned way. Yeah, this is the other reason. Mental modulation's great, but it does wheel. Back in a wheeling, which it absolutely should not do. Take a white card we're not going to play. Take a red card we're not going to play. Interesting. Not a ton of really great stuff. Obviously, we're not going to play Sammy. We're not in white. I've talked about why this doesn't really fit our deck. This is not as good as it could be. I am going to take it, partially because, like, I'm going to see all of these later. Probably not this, but I'm also trying to stay under 4 mana. Warping this, when we've got the Hildeblade, will be good. You know, I can justify things to myself. More of these. A Grav Kill for interaction or another Cryogen Relic. Oh, that's... I guess we take the Cryogen Relic. What's this one? Terrible. Take the Operative. These are both actually really good, and I love taking them. Unfortunately, 4th Cryogen Relic. We are now, if you hadn't been following, past the point of the number of Cryogen Relics you could play in a regular deck. Ratio-wise is what I mean. So my plan is to not have expensive stuff. So playing the Mechanozoa is highly unlikely. I'm going to put it in my sideboard. Beamsaw Prospector. I probably don't want to play that, but why not? Skidamore. Oh, yeah. I always get this and Comet Crawler mixed up. I'm sure you can see why. Maybe we'll have one of those. And now we start taking cards that we're not going to play. Ooh. Dark Endurance is great. We probably won't have space for it. Okay, okay, okay. Nine cuts. Unbelievable. Okay. So let's start with these ones. Like I said, these, we'll put these in the 2 slot. That's fantastic. We don't need that today. I don't think we need Scrounge for Eternity either. And we'll cut that. We should probably keep the Annul just so that we can get rid of really gross stuff later on. And then... yeah. What are our numbers there? 13 creatures. Not a huge number. What do we have that we would like to... did that just put stuff back in my deck? Huh? What? What on earth is going on? So I would like to cut a card is what I was going to say. I would like to cut a land. Because I'm capping out at 3 mana. So we don't put this in if we're capping out at 3. Let's go 1, 2. What are our 1 and 2 drops? Yeah, extra 2 drop. Sounds lovely. Let's go. Now, were I not a brand new Twitch streamer, I would now introduce my draft ad running rules, which is every time I lose a draft game, I run 30 seconds of ads for every victory that we've had so far. But I'm brand new, so I have no control over my ads, and I apologize for that. Thank you to my 3 Twitch viewers who probably had to sit through ads to get here. Hold up the turn 1 and null. If they try a cryogen relic, we counter it. Avoid our cryo shadow on turn 3. I mean, yeah. And then next turn, if we get a land, we go Ilvoy Operative, Ilvoy Operative. Absolutely rude. Huh. We don't want to aggressively trade those. I probably should have gone Cryogen Relic. Absolutely not. Well, I don't regret holding up the Cryogen Relic now. Now we can go Operative into Beamsaw Prospector, attack with a bunch of stuff. Oh boy, this is rude. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Unbelievable. Do we offer the trade? This is why we cut the lands. Oh, all right, well, we'll hold on to that. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. Okay. Warp this. Play this. Oh my gosh. This will be fine. We're not going to get ruined. We got straight up doomed though. Do they still get the lantern token if I crack it? Oh my god. And they have the battle cruiser. That's not fair. I only just played with the battle cruiser. No. Ah. Oh. Okay. So we have to do this. Into stun that. Into... Oh, we haven't played a second spell of the turn. Okay, so now we can go attack with everything except that. Because we have to start really chunking them. Okay, and then they eat the 4/3. That's fine. Okay, okay, okay. Ooh! We love to see that. So we go 1 mana Comet Crawler. We stun that. We're going to Desculpting Blast the Mechan. Ooh! No, we just need to go attack with you. Attempt to get you to trade for it. Huh. Okay. Hold up the Desculpting Blast. Okay, okay. That's fine, I'll just ding you. Take the blue. That's fine. And then what we do is we go... So we want to attack with that as a 4/3. Warp you. Targeting you, because that makes you a 4/4. Desculpting Blast you. Attack with everything. Sacrifice the Beckoner. Is that lethal? I feel like that's lethal. Ta-da! Beautiful. You love to see it. And that's why we play so many, so many cryogen relics. I'm still so curious as to what Yimbus is. I tried to Google it. Cool. Don't forget to play the blue next turn. Blue, cryogen relic. Am I going to get annulled? I mean, that's better. Let's do... Wait. No. Let's go Comet Crawler and get it counterspelled. No? Okay, cool. Operative. Relic. Do we run the 2/3 into the 4/2? Yeah, why not? And draw a card. For good measure. Wonk. There we go. Curse these 4/2s. Okay. Play a spaceship already. Tap you. I mean... Go, my operatives. This is why I'm perplexed when they like wheel. That's insane. I did not leave the annul up though, which is probably a mistake. Nope. now we're tense. Now we're no! Wait. We're fine. Oh, come on. Do I need to cut another land? Hang on. Manage. Are you kidding me? It's just... Oh... Sorry. 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 Yeah. I'm trying desperately to fix the thumbnail for my YouTube stream, and I just can't. I don't know how to do that. Okay. 30 seconds of ads, except I can't run my own ads. I don't know how to do that. I don't think I can do that. Stream marker. Clip that. Prevent raids. Why would I do that? Well, it's got relics. That'll do. Yeah, I will absolutely jam in and all. I mean, why wouldn't we? And then next time we can go Relic Hilderblade? Devastating. Well, I guess we're going Comet Crawler. Not the counterspell! Are they just letting it resolve, or is it like a desculpting blast situation? Huh. Rude. I mean, we just go Cryogen Relic into... Why'd you do this to me? Into Cryogen Relic. Why not? Why not? That's fine. That's fine. Next turn we will Hilderblade. Man, people do not know how to use that card. Okie dokie. Well, now we can go operative. Always operative first. Heal the blade. Cryo shatter. Draw a card. Okay. Well, okay then. No! All right, let's put it on you. Ooh. I would love to go Cyanist into Virus Beetle. What if they got in their hand that they wanted to discard a Corral of the Void? I suppose they could only get like an operative off of me. I'm not exactly running anything that's crazy. Okay. But are you going to sack it to get the card? Okay. I feel like you've got something in your hand that you don't want to discard. Playing the Virus Beetle's not going to get me anywhere this turn. What are they going to play? 6 mana. If they had a Starwinder, they would jam it. I mean, let's go get a land, because we've got the mana. Why not? Cool, Virus Beetle, whatever you have in hand. Pinnacle kill ship. Okay. Look, I'll beat you down with a Hilda Blade and a Virus Beetle if I have to. Singularity Rupture's so nuts. All right. Threaten lethal. Lethal. Okay. Ta-da! Unbelievable. Let's keep going. Okay. I'm still so upset that I can't change my stream thumbnail. Oh my gosh. Turn one and all something. What do we want next turn? Virus Beetle to trade for that would be nice. But we also kind of just want to go Voidborn into... Ooh. Okay. Relic first. Yeah, and we'll just play the Voidborn. What I'm thinking is that we trade for the Comet Crawler if they sack the Beamsaw Prospector. Which is probably not a great idea. Sack the Beamsaw Prospector. We can only hope. Alright. Voidborn Hold Up a Null is actually pretty appealing to me. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Play something giant for me to annul for 1 mana, please. Huh. That's fine. That... Thank you? I get that whether... Yeah. Yeah! Oh, interesting. Okay. Ooh, Hildeblade's good. Can I trigger the Hilderblade this turn, though? Oh, yeah, I can. I can go Hilderblade, Relic, sack Relic. Tap that down. Sick. Yeah, because I'm not going to block with it, so I might as well get in the 2 damage. Okay, okay, okay. Ooh, interesting. Okay. We've really, yeah, we've got to jam some stuff at this point. So let's go... Oh no! Oh no! Obviously that trades, and then I guess we take the other 2 trades. I feel like we have to. Yeah, trigger, 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 trigger. We trade 3 for 3. Unfortunately. I guess I get mental modulation during their turn. Man, I was not expecting to get... So I warp the Pedigree Beckoner. To make that a 4/3. I tap the Swarm Color to see if they want to sack something. Do you? Interesting. Because then they draw, because then I get to do this. No. I'm like, no way they can cast it. No way. Oh, are you for real? Okay. That's fine. Attack, sack the Beamsaw Prospector or the Pedigree Beckoner? Neither, I guess. Gain the 4 life. Oh. Yeah. Put it on there. So hopefully we can block the Vondum. Hopefully. Unbelievable. I cannot believe we went immediate removal of the card in their hand and they still could play it. Uh-huh. Not the... Okay. Please attack with the Voidborn. Please, I'm begging you. Yeah, okay. Huh. Okay. Operative. I can't hold up the annul. It's probably fine. Do it on the Beamsaw Prospector. Attack. I should have done it on the Operative so I could sack the Operative. Actually, I think I'll still sack the Operative, actually. Yeah. And then I'm going to move it over here, just to save mana. Comet Crawler's keeping me alive. Having this over the Swarm Colors turned out to be the right call. Swarm Colors really are great when you can tap them to pay for stuff. Okay, if that's genuinely you wanted to trade that, that's a bad trade for you. Unless you have like a... what's it called? No thank you. Pass turn? Unless you have a skiff to like bring it back. And if you have a skiff, I have an annul. Okay. Attack? No sacks. I'm getting 5 life every turn. What is your plan? Do you have a plan, or are you just ripping stuff off the top and hoping? Uh-huh. Hello. Hello. Uh-huh. Interesting. You have something you can do. That's what's confusing to me. And I'm gonna sack this. Because I want to see... That gives everything +1/+1. So you can make that a 3/3. So you can do the trade. But, like, if you do that, I still get to move that over to my other Comet Crawler. And I'm on 18 now. Okay. God, I hope that you're waiting to hit like a really, really big spaceship. Wow, okay. Pass turn. Okay. Bye. Yeah, those comet crawls really worked out. Wow. You love to see it. There we go. It's like, it's weird. It's been more than 10 seconds. Absolutely not. Thank you. Thank you. I guess we do this. Friend, why are you holding priority? Or has my computer just gone bleh? Content, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm just going to go operative, warp, attack with my 4-3 into your 3-2, I assume. Oh. Oh, there's the thumbnail. I just needed to scroll downwards. I'm blind. What's the infinite combo with Pedigree back? Oh. Sorry, Perigee. I know that I shouldn't be calling it Pedigree, but, like, it is. They're just going to play that next turn. Okay, now we have a reason to keep up the Perigee Beckoner. Perigee. Free sack out with the Drainer and the 2 Perigees. Oh. No. I've never done that combo. I could have drafted... No, I've never done that. I didn't pay attention to my poison counters at all. It's fine. I deserve that after calling that card a trap. That's cool. I totally forgot that there was that infinite combo. Yeah, 2 Perigee Beckoners, free sack outlet, and then a trigger off the sack outlet. That's awesome. I've never done that, no. I will have to pay attention to that. I don't know that I would ever go for it. This is kind of the deck where I would go for it, though. Because I have a lot of card draw. Can't believe that I've been calling this Pedigree Beckoner, unironically. I could have played the Hilderblade turn 1. I'm so used to turn 1 Island, and because I don't have anything to do, it's fine. I saved the Hilderblade so that I can double cast on turn 3. Clearly. Oh, that would have been incredible. See? Holding up the Hilderblade was objectively correct. I did it, but I was with the guy that scries every time a guy dies. Ah, okay. Well, you can just go through your deck for your 1 mythic that instantly wins the game. Why? Why are we like this? Okay, do I want to trade for one of these? I could trade for that. 1 for 1. Yeah, let's trade a 3-2 for a 2-4. Probably not correct. Yeah, but I can't... The thing is I can't Cryogen Relic and activate. I mean, I could have, but... It's fine. We can race. We can no longer race. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so I've got a... If I Cryogen Relic this, then that won't have haste next turn. And if they play it, then I can cryo shatter it. Let's do that. This will be our trap. They're going to Mechanosaurus. And we're going to mental modulation this to gain our 3 life. And they can't attack. And then we're going to go Cryo Shatter. And Beckoner. Just to have a 4/5 blocker. And they're going to have... Oh, they have another Cryo Shatter. I was going to say, if they had another Mechanosaur, we were just dead. Yeah. Block the 4. Okay, at least Operative gets to untap. Okay. 1 mana. Destroy that. For starters. Oh my god. How is it I cut lands from this deck and I'm still getting ruined? Well, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Let's put it on there. They get a 3-power creature of any kind, or a 2-power creature actually, because it's +1/+1 in haste, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's so rude. So many options. I mean, kill that out of spite. Unbelievable. Unreal. 3/3 with this deck is wild. Was I really supposed to run 15 lands? Maybe I was supposed to run 15 lands with this deck. I guess. Unreal. Did we get any gems yet? No. Even worse. Clear my blinkies. Oh, right. All right, I need to take a quick bathroom break.
Boss dead, level clear, where do I go from here? Walk home, try to eat, I'm not hungry, go to sleep, I can't sleep, lie in bed, think about what bag I said.
Even if you did defeat me, what would you do then?
Online course, back to school, pass the bar, superstar, sewer guy, win big, walk home, try to sleep, level clear, lie in bed, think about what bag I said.
Even if you did defeat me, what would you do then? Buy a ticket, see the world, move to Spain, meet a girl, fall in love, have 4 kids, learn the joy of family gives. Live my life, love my wife, share a bed every night, still can't sleep, lie in bed, level clear, start again. Raise money, charity, save the whale, save the trees, save the bees, save all life, win the Nobel Peace Prize. Preach that kindness is an art, live it all of mankind's heart, try to sleep, lie in bed, level clear, start again. Alright. Thank you. You win. Even if you did defeat me, what would you do then?
Grab a guy, beat him up, threaten his life, take his stuff, fight more people, take their shit, start a crime syndicate, deal some drugs to kids, hide some bodies in a fridge, get killed by my second in command.
Level clear.
Start again. Still can't sleep, lie in bed.
Alright, look to God, say wow, preach the book and make the vow. Leader of the whole congregation, level clear. Train in 9 G's, a space trip, 3 years in a rocket ship. Be the first player on Saturn, level clear. Start again, practice medicine, pay my fees. Raise awareness around cheese knees. Cure the famous deadly cheese knees disease. Don't even try to sleep. TikTok live stream, take a big ball of ham. Put it in my mouth, get a lot of likes. Subscribe, hashtag ham guy, level clear. Start again. Train that body 7 days a week. Protein, cardio, level up, no sleep. Become the greatest sportsman in the world. Golf, tennis, race car driver, Olympian, umpire, level clear. Plumber, carpenter, composer, doctor, builder, level clear. Fighter, painter, royal family negotiator, level clear. Dancer, turtle killer for freelancer, level clear. Astronaut, potential dream on a beach resort. Alright. Thank you.
Do I even want to do this? Yeah. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Okay. Modified creatures, indestructible whenever it's still damaged. So this is pretty good. And then better cards in the pack to get. Obviously, this is great, just because NWeb is gross. This is a good removal spell. Anything else I'm severely missing out on? Let's do those two. I really don't want to pass this around the table, because that means I won't get into green-white. Somebody else will commit hard to it. Lava Brink repels the Magmaloth. Oh, wow. Okay. Each combat deals 5 damage to each opponent. Okay, so that's not great. I don't hate that with the Angler's Shield. This is also great with the Angler's Shield. We want to go blue-white for that. But we could also splash slightly. I think we definitely grab this, and then... I don't know that we're worried about taking that. It would have been the third best rare in the pack. For me, it's between these two just blue decent spells. And I am terrible at underrating these cards, so I'm just going to take that. Okay. The white and web, despite like in web being worse in white blue. So we want the pastry for modified, and then God, I wish this wasn't so bad. Legendarily bad card. Probably should have taken the spider. It's annoying. Nothing here is super good. This is an auto-connived card. This shouldn't be here. So I should probably take that just on account of the fact that nobody's taken a Scorpion Sting. And then I'll take this, and I just really need to aggressively get some early creatures for me to modify. The problem is I haven't seen... Okay. This is bad. Okay. Let's go you and you. Can we get artifacts and we can make that actually work? Rare drafting and pick true draft, unacceptable. Yeah, I mean... Ooh, interesting. So Kavera is not fantastic in draft, but we can make him work. And then... Oh, Spider-Man. 2099. 4-color blue spiders sounds hilarious. Are we supposed to be in blue-black? Do we just take those two, go into blue-black, splash white for the shield? I don't hate that. Let's see if maybe this won't wheel. But I mean, neither will this. Any creature card in our graveyard. So we can steal our opponent's stuff. Oh, this is the inverted flavor card. For each aura and equipment attached to it, dealt to you is until to enchant a creature instead. Okay. It's a huge amount of life. Can we take that and then... So I want that. Thing is, that's not a creature. Not doing great. Oh, we take this because it's mono white. No. Black. Yeah. Okay, so we're in Esper, which is not ideal. 8 more cards in your graveyard. I guess we take that. No, we've got to take creatures. Take a bunch of villains. Oh god, what are we doing with our lives? Okay. How do we make this work? Okay, Interception wheeled, Leon and wheeled. Oh, we should take the Surveyor though, because we should take the color. Yeah, we should take those. We'll take another copy of him, and I guess take a card we won't play. Take 2 cards that we won't play. I hate that I can't pull them into my sideboard. That is very good. And then so is this. But... do I just take City Pigeon so I've got a creature? I haven't seen a City Pigeon at any other point is the problem. All my decent creatures are in black. Oh, this is a terrible, terrible situation. Oh, we're not going to see any mana fixing. We need that because we need the mana fixing. And then we'll take the Damning Caress. We just want to be as heavy on interaction as we can be, because if we can't get creatures, then we need interaction. Ugh. Devastating. I hear that doing Picture Draft in person is actually really, really fun, and I do honestly believe that. Actually, why not keep that? Okay. We can't animate that, so... we take the 1/3 for 2 mana, and then... the 3 mana generic creature, I guess? It's not great, but I guess we've got to do it. Common Crook, love to see it. Mob Lookout, love to see it. Yes! Ooh! Or Knife Trick. No, we want the common crook because it's fixing. I don't think we're going to play either of those cards, but I'm happy to take them. 2 cards that we absolutely will play. Thank you very much. Okay, interesting. Oh, I thought it was the pigeon. It's the lively leap. No, we won't play that. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, okay. What are we going to do here? This is going to be so rough. So if we cut white, that's this, 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 and this. These are worth splashing for white, in my opinion. Don't think we need that. We're not running modified triggers now, so we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, so let's go. So this one, crew 2 for a 4/3. If I pay blue, creature can't attack. So if I'm crewing this, I'm crewing this with what? The Leonin, and then because I could cut the valet and put in the carriage, then get in with stuff like this. Not terrible. I feel like this is going to be awful, but I do want to play it. This is going to be rough. Only 2 losses. Oh. You got to lock in when you're playing this format, which is part of what's rough about it. This is a keep because Mob Lookout lets us connive for a land. We could also steal Web Surveyor and just draw one. Zero hesitation. I'm absolutely not letting you in web that. That has to die. Is that... Does damage your player look at that many cards on top of your library, put one of them in your hand, and then from your graveyard gains this? Oh, okay, so it's a mix of crazy. Okay. No! But I could have exiled that. It would have been great. Oh well, at least they can't get in with their symbiote Spider-Man, I'm guessing? Off the top of my head. We're gonna you're gonna connive, we're gonna discard you. Then we're gonna play you, and we're gonna say no thank you very much. And then we're gonna pass the turn. This will be good to make the Mob Lookout not a useless 0/3. Alright, what are we doing? Some of the absolute bombs we see in this format are absolutely insane. No attacks. Awesome. That's a sorcery, so I'm gonna... 1, 2, 3. I can give this 6 toughness, which will mean that it can't die to that stuff. Removal? Or a counter spell? Okay. Because I want to force them to do something. Interesting. Block there. Chase to take the 3. Yeah? Just trading 3 damage? I assume, because you're in green with some red, you're going to have like a rhino, I guess. Which means I'm not going to be able to race. Aha! And that's why we held up the damning caress. Because, oh boy. Okay. Goodbye. Pass turn. Pictures of Spider-Man. Horrifying. Okay. Yeah, if you want to trade that, I'm totally fine with that. Because I have 2 more of them. What have we got now left in our deck? Dr. Octopus. Morbius. Oh, so that one has a... Oh, they have little... Untapped GG has little nicknamey things on them. That's cool. I should fix that. Nice. Attack with the spider? I will absolutely take that trade. Like, I'm all for it. Neat. And then I need one of these guys to have 5 toughness. Pass the turn. Uh-oh. That's a real problem. Oh, this format is brutal. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, look, spending a card on removing a creature with Death Touch and then trading anyway, I'm actually, you know, kind of forced, but okay with that. Attacks. Look, if you're not drawing cards, I'm not blocking you. Ooh, interesting. I guess we want to destroy... because we can't do that. Actually, let's do that. Because if I make him use it, and then I can trade with the Leonin. I'm just gonna pass the turn, but okay. Yeah, yeah. We've got one Leonin left. We need to make sure that it trades with whatever this goes on to. Carriage of Dreams, clandestine work. Not doing that's a weird choice, but okay. What are you going to cast instead? Oh, I see. Nothing. You're just forcing me to sit here and take it. Okay. Now I have 4 power worth of stuff that I can trade normally. Uh-huh. Just making sure I didn't have any sneaky coffee left in there. What is this? Excellent. I'm going to assume that that is a grow extra arms. Yeah, okay. Now, I'm going to draw a land. Yeah. So I just have to pass turn. Gambler's fallacy. I haven't drawn any land, so that's what we're doing next. Okay, okay. Yep. That's frustrating, but okay. Yep. Well, unfortunately, that can still crew the chariot, so we're still going to have to chump block for the turn. I don't think... It's an 8/8, but I don't know that it helps. If they play a creature that crews this, we lose. If they remove Ozor, we lose. None of the above. I do just have to pass the turn, though, is the problem. I'm top decking, and they can top deck a Stiff Breeze and win. Uh-huh. 2 mana, 2/2. Pass the turn. Okay. Whatever they play next to try and win the game, we can counter it at least. It's got to be literally whatever they play, though. Because if they play any creature, they'll have... Oh, no, they won't have enough damage yet. Pass turn. Okay. If I cast this to draw 3 cards... I've got Angler's Shield, I've got Turl, Morbius... Carriage of Dreams, Phantasmal Vision. Okay. I barely have anything worth getting here is the real problem. Okay, so I've kind of got to go this. Attack. So here's the problem. I have to attack with this or I'm not going to win. If I don't win the game, I'm just going to draw myself out. I have to draw a blocker of some kind. Unbelievable. I'm being mocked. I had 2 creatures that I could draw. Oh, okay. I knew that this deck that I drafted was going to be rough. I didn't know it was going to be this rough. This format without bombs is brutal. All right, what can we do? We've only got 1 more loss that we can handle. Brutal. I really think this is the best deck that we can build with what we've got. Oh no. Somebody at my table got all of the good spider stuff. I passed Spider-Man India to somebody. Oh. Okay, okay. Hello, mob lookout. You know, Steel Surveyor. Go looking for planes. Trade? Must block spiders if able. Two cards I really actually would have preferred to have in hand, but you know. Yeah. Get our 3-1 flying. Morbius. Jared Leto. I really, really don't want a damning caress. Okay, so I can play this and then mob lookout, or I can mob lookout, draw a land, discard. I really don't want to damning caress a token. I kind of got it though. Yeah. Having a second damning caress changes the math. Oh! Okay, well that turned out to be the correct decision. If I can get a land, I can go treat trolley into it. No, I can't. That's fine. I'm still absolutely going to do that. Interesting. That's fine. I'm still going to attack with my 2-3, because if you block with both, I get to trade. Yeah, okay. Now, all of their spiders having +2/+2 is pretty rough. Cavero. With hexproof, maybe? I assume that still makes him an 8/8. Could also Goro Rel to steal their Goro Rel. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just gotta do that. Uh-huh. But they're tapped. But they're tapped. I wish it was a +4/+4, but it's not. Uh-huh. I just want to see if I can trade the Bane Mark Leon into something else. Oh, come on! Do I really? No. Oh. I want to trade Morbius is the thing. I want a Morbius and then make a format of make a 4/4 Morbius. Come on, we can do it. Come on. I do not have enough cards in my deck. It's crazy. Yep. That's fine. Because now... the superior Morbius. No! I will still kill you with this phantasmal vision. Somehow. That's Jackal. Mm-hmm. That's fine. I'm on 33 life. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I have half my deck left. Oh. Okay, so I gotta hit them 3 times. I gotta hit them so many times. No. Oh, the unbelievable. Jackal copying City Pigeon. What a punishment. I guess Carriage of Dreams. I can't get it through though. Wait, no. Oh. 4/4 Leyline. 2/4/4. How are you top decking like this? Unbelievable. Okay. Here's the plan. We're going to draw next turn exactly chosen by Valgavoth. We're going to use the visions to crew the Carriage of Dreams. It's not going to work anymore. And then we're going to attack with Tethix with the Carriage of Dreams with the chosen by Valgavoth on him, and it's going to deal 6 damage that can't be blocked. And it's not going to matter because now he's on 8 life! Oh. Absolutely devastating. Is there anything we can do about that? No. I swear to God, if we draw chosen by Valgavoth. Didn't matter anyway. Thank you for your patience, opponent. Oh, unbelievable. Man. I try so hard to be positive about this format. This format is rough. Oh. Pour 900 gems down the drain. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that. Hopefully it annoys somebody. Oh. Alright, that's enough magic for me. That is enough magic for me. I want to take a break. I want to watch... I saw there's a new EXP Armor Reacts. I want to watch that. And then I have some Tyranny that I want to play. Still got 2 hours that I want to be streaming for. So... Yep. Let's see. We're gonna switch. To window capture. There it is. Oh, much better. There I am. Oh. Also capture the audio of it, otherwise we won't be able to hear it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then we can lock that. This account's not subscribed to EXP, I should fix that. And while we're here, we're going to change our little edit stream info. Change the category. There we go. Okay. And Thousand Suns based enjoyer. Ooh. Accurate. Oh, yeah. Yay!
Most of it. I'm finishing up the Siege of Terra.
There we go.
I've read
Now I'm
book,
capturing it.
every novella, every.
This is Dr. Toby Capwell, curator,
Okay,
author,
now we're actually
historical
listening to it.
advisor, and all-round expert on historical arms and armor. And I'm your host, Dave Jewett. And today we're breaking down a selection of scenes from the shows of Warhammer TV, including Pariah Nexus, Tides, and Angels of Death.
The modern Astartes armor has this very distinctive neck plate, or this. It's like a standing flange that protects the neck from the breastplate. It's not a million miles away from what you see on bomb disposal armor. They have similar neck defenses. It feels like they thought, what if we had an army of Joan of Arcs? Joan of Arc seems like it really could. She could be a source of inspiration here.
Could be.
Be sure to check out our Patreon for a longer, deeper, extended edition of this episode, as well as dozens of other Director's Cut episodes.
Other people
And
who
be
have
sure to
money
check the
pay
links
for
in the
that.
description below to find Toby's
I don't
upcoming
get.
book, An Armorer's Album, which is now available for pre-order. We hope you enjoy the episode, but now, without further ado, it is over to Toby.
Now it's working.
Was there when he painted this? An oddity among his schematics and calculations.
You know all about Horace's heresy by now.
I do. I've read most of it. I'm finishing up the Siege of Terra, but I've read
Based.
every book, every novella, every e-book only short release. I've read pretty much all of it.
It's so funny to think back when we first started working together and I was like, have you heard this thing called Warhammer?
Yeah, well, if you're going to do something, you got to do it, right?
It's not worth it to read all of the Horus Heresy books. Many of them are bad. Like all of the ones that have salamanders in them.
And I felt like, this is interesting. This is something I should know about. So when I decide that, I'm going to go do it. I'm better informed than I used to be.
You're better informed about the Horus heresy than I am now.
Well, see that shot right there. This, when you see the tanks coming in like that, that's a perfect illustration of why it's important to have armor. When there's all that stuff flying around, when the Marines come in, one of the main reasons you wear substantial plate armor, you know, in its real world is not so much to protect you against the immediate primary threat, but a
Getting
really
donked on the side of the
important
head.
role of armor that we often forget about is protecting you against all of the incidental threats that you can't defend yourself against. You're fighting one guy or a couple of guys in that battle, the people facing you on the front line. But what about the arrow that flies in over there? Or the guy you just stepped on who stabs you in the leg? Or someone who hits you in the back of the head because they're fighting someone else and they're not paying attention to what they're doing or they don't care. You know, all of that incidental contact. Warhammer is or 40K, 30K is reintroducing effectively full plate armor alongside modern weapons or futuristic weapons that resemble modern weapons in one way or another. And they show you why their soldiers have to wear that, you know, with the environment like that, with just the sheer volume of...
I mean, also because Space Marines are constantly running around where their primary weapon is a glorified grenade launcher.
Of stuff flying around. It's an environment you can't work in without that protection. Again, we've talked before about the whole idea that the past was more advanced than the future. That's one element I like about it. But then from a design point of view, when you're having to come up with a version of 40K
Why do I
that
keep
is
getting
supposed to be
flashbacks
more
by those
advanced, but also it
Saturn
needs
IX
to look
Terminators?
antiquated. It needs to look like it came before this other stuff. And that combination of saying, look, it's hyper advanced, but it's also old fashioned. It's kind of like steampunk in a way, you know, the Victorian with, you know, a spacecraft capable of reaching the moon, or the Victorian
Oh
with a
my
time
God.
machine or whatever. It's like the old Space Marines.
The voyage
but
to
with
the
weapons
moon
we can
pull.
only dream of, and we have no idea how
What
they
a-
work now.
what
And
a
that's
reference
the
to
story
pull.
that the design has to somehow bring across. How do you come up with something that looks high tech but also antiquated? And like the use of the Mark, they're bringing back the Mark II
Disappointing.
armors, which I love, and they've redesigned them, but in a way I think that's very sympathetic to the spirit of it. The helmets look like medieval, they're kind of vaguely referring to medieval 13th century helms with the slots and the, you know, and that's a very clever thing to do, because we think of that medieval great helm as older fashioned than the more advanced plate armor of the 15th and 16th centuries. You know, most people, you know, if they have an awareness of it, they'd be able to put your Crusader type armor before your Renaissance type armor. You know, most people have some idea of what's earlier and what's later.
Even as the technology in universe advances, it seems to refer to historical technological advancements, like the beakies. I love the beakies.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's sort of reminiscent of a hound skull.
Totally, totally. A very distinctive form. I mean, it's an iconic form. You reproduce that, it becomes iconic again. And it is in the history of 40K, going back to Rin's world. Those helmets are there from the beginning because they're so iconic. But they were originally as well. I mean, look at the thickness of those plates. That's what I love. If you needed a plate armor on a human body to protect you against high velocity firearms shells or cannon shells or everything else this armor has to protect, that's the sort of thickness it would have to be. And there it is. And they can explain that they can carry that thickness because they've got artificial muscles and the whole powered suit thing.
Well, it's as thick as tank armor. You look
It's
at
got to
modern
be. But if
tank
it's going to
armor.
do what they want it to do in the setting, there's a believability.
It's
that-
also
that's
easier
built
to
into
paint.
it when they show you the armor is that thick. No knight's armor is ever even close to that. The thickest you ever get on a 15th century armor is 6 millimeters on a field armor, and that's just on the visor where you're going to be getting hit in the face. The front of a breastplate might be 4 millimeters thick tops, but it
Yep.
gets rapidly thinner at the sides. But you're right, it's tank type armor on a human body, but it all kind of hangs together. This is what the armor does, so this is what it has to look like.
Well, you obviously a massive fan of the Horus Heresy, and you favour the heretical Thousand Sons.
Yes.
I'm a kind of a weird one because I'm a Thousand Sons devotee who can't stand Magnus.
Well, this would be interesting because
That sounds like most of the
since
Thousand Sons.
I equate you as a Thousand Sons fan,
Yeah.
at least in 40k. Games Workshop actually sent us some Joy Toys,
Oh,
Uh,
really?
and
That's nice of them.
considering you're a Thousand Sons fan, I thought what better Joy Toy to pass on to you.
Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah. Oh, Space Wolves. The funny thing is, my 13, soon to be 14-year-old is the biggest Space Wolves fan.
That's got
in
to hurt
the
as a Thousand
world.
Sons fan.
So it's a fractious household. Sometimes. So he's putting little body parts of Thousand Sons on the bases of his figures, and I'm
Oh
putting
my God,
Space
that's
Wolf body
amazing.
parts on the bases of my figures.
Oh,
It's
that's
quite funny.
amazing.
Thank you. That's really nice.
You're welcome.
That's really nice. I may not keep
At least
it
his
very
son
long
will
in
love
my
it.
household, but that's great. He will be outraged.
He won't burn Prospero. He'll just sit quiet on the shelf.
Oh,
Yeah. No, the Space Wolves have some great stories in 30K, and they have.
oh, for sure.
They definitely have. Thank you. That's very nice.
If you're enjoying this episode, there is a longer, deeper, extended edition over on our Patreon. But if Patreon isn't for you, you can now support EXP by picking up a piece of our hot new merch over at
Cursed
expvideos.info.
puns. Ooh.
Although by becoming a patron, you not only help support
Tempting.
the work we do here, but you'll also be able to watch all of our previous episodes and get each and every future episode 1 week early. Each patron massively helps support
I
the work we
like
do
the
here at
little-
EXP, but whether you join the Patreon
the little
or
ad
watch along
timer.
on YouTube, I want to say thank you for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, being part of this
That's
journey.
very nice.
But now, I'll get back to the video.
Give unto me your strength,
Okay, let me see.
lend me your patience,
He's gonna have feelings about the boob armor, isn't he?
and grant me your mercy.
Right, so this is one of the Warhammer Plus animations Pariah Nexus.
The Sisters of Silence are really not the Sisters of Silence. The
Adeptus Sororitas.
Adeptus Sororitas, Sisters of Battle.
I mean, the
they're
Sisters
really
of Silence are a
interesting
separate thing.
Characters too. Sometimes with 40K, it seems like the inspiration for a faction or an army or whatever is sometimes found in a single character, in some literary character that brings a source of inspiration that then gets expanded. And obviously, with the combination of the image of a female warrior in armor, which historically was fantastically rare, not totally unknown, but rare. And also the Gothic architecture that, is throughout 40K, but is kind of synonymous with the Sisters of Battle in particular. It feels like they thought, what if we had an army of Joan of Arcs? Joan of Arc seems like it really she could be a source of inspiration here, especially with the use of the fleur-de-lis, which isn't exclusively French, but it's iconically medieval French. They always make me think of her. But in the stories, one of the most common kind of reoccurring themes the stories ponder is the nature of godhood, the nature of divinity, and this question: if a creature has powers that are indistinguishable from divinity, then isn't it by definition divine? I mean, what is a god anyway? Someone like Sanguinius says he's not a god. I'm just.
Arbitarian has an excellent video on what a god means in Warhammer, and also Sanguinius does not say that he's not a god. Sanguinius specifically asks the Emperor to let the people of his home planet continue worshipping him so that he can have a quiet psychic battery feeding him for the rest of the crusade.
I'm just a genetically engineered creature, but come on, I love that contemplation of divinity and also devotion, faith, all of the issues that some sort of come up very quickly and very naturally when you ponder the augmentation of a human, when human beings become more powerful than they are in their natural state. What does that do to their identity? What does that do to their role in society? How do other people see them?
I thought this was going to be a discussion of armor, and it's just philosophy now.
The Space Marines they promote this kind of instinctual dread, transhuman dread, I think it's called, that
we didn't turn on
mortal humans naturally react.
Well,
they auto-generated, never mind.
The Horus Heresy, Primarchs and the Emperor especially, like, they hurt to look at. Normal people look at these figures and it's like,
they
we're looking into the sun.
But
they're so big.
Again, it's playing with this this concept of godhood. What is a god? At what point do you become a god? And the god that denies himself is the god that you must devote yourself to. And the real gods are the ones, the Messiah, the true Messiah denies his divinity, all that kind of thing. I've always thought that those kinds of questions go hand in hand with armor and what armor represents.
We got there. We got back to it.
Artistically. It's very appropriate that they bring that kind of, it's very perceptive that they bring those kind of questions up. That's what gives 40K its depth.
I love how stupid 40K is versus how much love has been put into the whole thing.
I love that these animations let us see some of like the heads-up display of Space Marines and other.
What
other
are they
factions.
seeing? That's described in the stories. You sometimes get descriptions of what they're seeing, and it can be hard to visualize that for yourself sometimes. The gas mask will never fail to make something look creepy, will it?
Yeah, I love the creep aesthetic.
Well, the 1916 pattern Stahlhelms, the earliest version of the pretty iconic German 20th century infantry helmet, they're pretty futuristic for their time. Sometimes if something looks futuristic when it's created, it stays that way.
So let it be done.
It's a really nice detail here after everything this character's been through, and there's a war has already raged. She's just been through combat. You can hear the machinery in her armor struggling as she falls at her knee, and You get a sense that those servers are trying to keep her up, and she falls down anyway.
And the damage on the armor, I've always thought damage tells a story. And when someone's wearing armor that's covered in damage, it's a testament to the fact they've been out there fighting and incurring that damage. If you've got someone in pristine, perfect armor, they've obviously not done anything in it. It naturally, the most beautiful, the custodies or whoever, their armor gets trashed when they fight in it.
I really love just the sound of a Space Marine walking.
What, you mean like a world leader getting covered in blood?
Such an imposing sound, just with every footstep, the boom and the crunch.
But it would be if you're just around horses. You know, on the right ground, a big horse goes by, it makes the ground shake, and you hear it.
Very Salamander's thing to do, to remove your helmet to make
Yeah.
a normal citizen feel more comfortable.
Sensitive. It's the same reason modern militaries don't want to cover the faces of their soldiers, because modern soldiers often have peacekeeping roles, or they need to have the local people on their side. So you can't cover the face. It's got to be relatable. Even though covering the face would be a good idea in a lot of situations, it's not worth the cost. In this case, the human cost of communication, relatability. The salamanders are good guys, aren't they?
Well, the spectrum of Space Marines.
They're good guys who burn people alive with flamethrowers.
Well, something we talked about a lot before is just how much that changes the perception.
They
of the
care
individual.
about civilian
From
casualties when they're
either
doing their
a
war
knight
crimes.
taking their helmet off, or a Space Marine taking their helmet off. You see the human side once more. They become much less alien or much less...
Robotic.
Yeah.
But everything's in the face, in the eyes. If you take the image of an armored knight, you know, and you put the visor down, there's no humanity. But in some pictures, I have a friend who takes a lot of photographs of us when we're doing, you know, armored fighting seminars and things. And she's really good at catching the light so that you can see the eyes of the person inside the helmet. You go through and look at her photographs.
That's
Louise
hard.
Clayton Hatch on Facebook. She takes photos at all of our
Plate
seminars.
and Hatch.
You'll find so many images where you can see the eyes through the helmet, and that changes it again. It's like not one or the other. It's like the inhuman face, but you can see there's something in there, which is a very different image
Nope, I
than just the
misheard.
blank robotic
We got a photo.
side of it.
Some of
And
the-
they play with that here. Sometimes when the Space Marine's helmet is damaged and his lens is broken and you can see that there's an eye under there, you know, the same kind of thing. It breaks the barrier.
No! My cute little Necron warrior.
This is the
You're gonna have to try harder than that, man.
This episode takes place a little after what we just saw. So Sakan has had a chance to get an ally and a new helmet, but not return to orbit and get an augmetic hand. So you'll see him fight one-handed throughout this episode. And it's really interesting how it changes that dynamic and how he sort of has to rely on the Ultramarine Apothecary. A nice detail is that he's now wearing the skull of a Necron on his belt
Oh, yeah. Wow.
after dealing with the fighting a death mark and everything else in the previous episodes.
Isn't that a
In fact, I'm not
terrible
sure if it is a
idea
new
from the
helmet or
lore?
just he's one repaired because it was damaged over
Because
the
he's
left
missing
eye.
them. Yeah.
But there is signs of damage and repair over that lens.
The modern Astartes armor has this very distinctive neck plate.
Yep.
It's like a standing flange that protects the neck from the breastplate. It's not a million miles away from what you see on bomb disposal armor. They have similar neck defenses, but in the heresy, in the old heresy armors, they don't have it, and they actually describe the neck area as being really vulnerable, unlike the Mark II armors. And the Astartes learn stabbing each other in the neck. Once they've never had to fight each other, but when they do, they rapidly find the weaknesses in their own equipment. And the neck being a weak area is a theme in the heresy. And I always really like that because we've talked before about how difficult it is in the real world to design effective neck protection. They've got these great neck plates. There must have been a time when they didn't have them and they learned that they needed them. It's there. And certain things with the weapons, it doesn't come up in the tabletop game. It doesn't necessarily really come up in a novel. But when they're animating combat, there's certain immediate physical realities that they have to deal with. And the chainsword, there's an inherent problem with the idea of a chainsword. which is that a chainsaw for cutting down trees is a tool where the rotating teeth are designed to stay in contact with the thing you're cutting. They're basically doing the job of this, right? They're doing that more efficiently and faster. But it's a tool or a weapon, if you will. It's not, I mean, chainsaws don't actually work very well as weapons because they have to stay in constant contact
Ridiculous.
with the thing that they're
Nonsense.
cutting. Whereas a sword is meant to just slice something, a cutting sword anyway, the edge of a sword. It cuts something in a fraction of a second. It only stays in contact with your enemy for a fraction of a second. You don't cut in and leave your sword there. And having to leave your sword on your target is a problem that doesn't really work so well in the reality of the way weapons are used. But here you can see them wrestling with that. Like, they know there's a problem with having to keep your sword there. So how do we find a way to use it so it makes sense? You've immobilized your enemy in some other way, and then you have to have this chained weapon to get through their armor or whatever.
I think it's a good way to illustrate the strength of an opponent as well, or some of their equipment, because a normal human a chainsaw will cleave them in two.
Yeah.
As we saw with he was fighting the Deathcore.
Yeah.
Or an armored opponent or a Necron, that's when you start to feel the resistance. And that's, I think that the animation does a good job of showing that. It's like, this is a tougher opponent, this is more of a threat. That's illustrated through just the use of a sword that every Space Marine has, but just seeing that resistance demonstrates that this is a bigger threat.
What I'm getting from this is that chain axes are superior because you can hit it on somebody and then step on the back half. Can't do that with it. I suppose you can do that with a chainsword, but it's less good.
I like the concept of a power sword a bit more than a chainsword, because a power sword stays true to what a sword is. They're just making it sharper, micromolecular, blah, 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 enhanced with power fields, yada, yada, yada. It's cuttier than a normal cutty thing, but it's still...
It's a sword with hand-waving powers.
Sense. But again, Warhammer is always aware of its improbabilities. It's always trying to get the fantasy and the reality to mesh as closely as it can. You look for movement styles where a chainsword might conceivably make some kind of sense, but it's a tough one.
What do you mean? Your presence is hardly reassuring, but nothing about this situation is favorable.
This episode of Ties made me think about how conscious the Sisters of Silence have to be with their equipment choice because of how they communicate. They have to have gauntlets with individual fingers or wear just leather gauntlets because they use sign language.
Right.
They
yeah,
can
that's
use
a nice...
big closed gauntlets.
It wouldn't work. They need the fingers. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. And we haven't seen a Custodes arming scene before, have we? I like the close relationship between the Sisters of Silence and the Custodes as well. The kind of different aspects of the same unit. When I'm looking at Warhammer, I'm always sensitive to and interested.
I know I have like 3 people watching, but if any of you don't like female Custodes, get out.
As that. Sometimes the designers will pick up on something that has a historical precedent, whether they know it or not. I mean, unless you sit down with the people who actually did the original designs for this, and if in the off chance they remember what the inspirations were, it's hard to be sure. But the Custodes, of course, are really iconic for this very tall, non-anatomical helmet shape, you know, with a plume coming out of the top of it. And that's just always reminded me of certain early medieval...
Here's one I prepared earlier.
West Asian, Russian, Belarus helmets that have been found in places like Belarus that date from like the 10th and early 11th century. That's a replica of one of them. But they have often these quite high conical forms, and sometimes they've got horsehair plumes that come out of the top. And then, you know, the Custodes also have a kind of form that's suggestive of the nasal. I mean, some of these helmets of this period actually may not have had a nasal more often than not, so that might not, on that one might be wrong. I acquired this helmet mainly because it has a male aventail that was made by a good friend of mine, and I wanted an example of his work. So the real technology are really interesting, and that kind of West Asian, Eastern European armor is is enormously interesting, but less well studied, certainly in the English language literature. But you
Yeah,
know,
fair.
Warhammer, of course, we know is hoovering up inspiration from just about anywhere, European, non-European, all cultures. So you know, the Custodes having a certain kind of vaguely West Asian, Russian look about them. It's interesting. I don't know what it means, but I just thought it was interesting. And also this kind of different, very different lens shape, or the shape of their ocularium. That's a Warhammer word that doesn't get used in Warhammer. They always refer to eye lenses. Ocularium is the appropriate high Gothic word. So take note.
Ooh,
That eye lenses.
that's
and
fancy.
shoulder pads are two Warhammer terms we need to expunge in favor of better terminology, just to continue to, you know, uphold my pedantic role here.
There we
Love
go.
that role.
The Custodian's
That's what we
also
needed him
famous
for.
using that signature combination weapon, the glaive or halberd that also has a bolt gun on it. It's important to note in reality that combination weapons are never really any good as either of the weapons they're claiming to be. Combining them usually reduces the effectiveness of either one of them. It makes the halberd too heavy, it makes the gun too hard to sight. But actually, again, in the stories, they make a point of saying that they're very difficult weapons to master. The main thing I'd be looking for in this fight is when does she use the blade and when does she use the firearm part of the weapon. And so far she hasn't really had time to shoot anything. It's been on her so fast, so it's all been the blade. It just kind of, I guess that's good.
Well, one thing that I was interested to get your perspective of is the speed in which these massive armored figures can move. That scene does a great job of showcasing how fast a Custodes really is, but it does nothing to lessen how imposing and bulky they are. They're like two contrasting elements. You expect someone big and bulky to be slow.
Yeah, but they often aren't. Big, muscly wrestlers can move really fast sometimes.
Yes,
I appreciate
it's
it from
horrifying.
that point of view, just because it keeps breaking down this idea.
Getting
of heavily
clotheslined by a
armored
wrestler
figures being
is-
slow and cumbersome. It need not be that
Ugh.
way. Warhammer, I mean, the armor is like a character. It's ever present in every aspect of this, and it's never once, you know, stooped to play to those old annoying stereotypes, those misconceptions that are so easy to recruit for humorous purposes or to relate to an audience's expectations. They never once go that low. They tell their own story.
I mean,
according
maybe
to
they
their
do
rules,
sometimes.
and it kind of transcends the unfortunate modern stereotypes about armor. And so the armor is able then to do its real job for the story. The Custodes armor still, in this setting, looks a little more old-fashioned. It's still got a lot more kind of Great Crusade era kind of reference to it, and that's a nice you know, character distinction as well. You know, things like these objects on the armor that look like a kind of respirator or an old 1930s style microphone or something. They've got like these bosses with vents in them, and then they've got a pair of tubes coming off of them. That's one of a number of features that you still see on her armor that isn't present on the Primaris Space Marines, and it just connects them with that older story, which is nice. And of course, the Roman style angular lightning bolts is very, you know, very much part of the earlier period.
The conquest of Earth, part of the Great Crusade. Titan!
We're into Titans now.
Yes, we're back in the Siege of Terra now.
I wanted to look at some Titans, especially of this animation, because you get to see a lot of that knightly inspiration that they have with their houses, their colours.
Yeah,
their coat of arms.
that's a nice feature of them. That, you know, when you first come into, when you're new to Warhammer, you think, how do the knights, how do the Titans fit into the legions and the chapters, and the fact that they're this separate thing that forms allegiances and maybe long-term bonds with a particular legion or, you know, a particular chapter. It's quite clever that they're their own thing, because it harks back to medieval feudalism and the bonds of personal loyalty. It's not what country you come from, it's not what team you're on, it's your relationship between one individual and another individual, you know, bonds between family or bonds just between association. And to have the Titans have this, their technology is so powerful and so unique They have to have this kind of separation. They can't just be subservient members of a particular organization. They've got to be their own thing. And that's very much in line with the way that military organization worked in the Middle Ages, where they're essentially private armies of particular families in particular regions. And yes, they have a kind of, a loyalty on paper to the king, but they may not go that way. And they have to be cajoled, they have to be negotiated, their loyalty has to be maintained. They have to be used well. They can't feel like they're just being thrown away for nothing. Their actions have to have meaning to maintain the bonds of loyalty and everything else. And I always have a sense in the Horus Heresy that the connections with the houses, they're potentially tenuous. Some are strong, like, the Legio Mortis is just always gonna go with Horus no matter what, and you're never going to change that. But
I mean, they were called Mortis. That's not.
If they have a scary name, you can tell what side they're. If they have a noble, knightly name, you can tell what side they're on. And then on top of that, of course, the knight. They're going
to join Horus,
is a metaphor
obviously,
for the knight in armor, the human augmented by advanced elite technology. And then on top of that, they ladle on the use of heraldry. I mean, heraldry is used throughout Warhammer, but it's used in a very particular.
The jousting shields on a knight have always been like
on the Titan.
the silliest thing
get away
ever.
From that, those knightly inspirations when there's giant tilting shields,
right,
covered in heraldry and shoulder pads, and the helmets echoing old Earth helmets.
It's pretty, like a lot of things in Warhammer. It's pretty in your face, but that doesn't change. The cleverness of it, the fact that it's well observed and well researched, and it's thought out. Someone spent time thinking about this.
This animation does a really great job of actually helping to cement the visualization of how massive these things are, and how to them troops are like ants. They're like stomping over them.
But they still need to be protected against them. You still need infantry to protect the area around the base of a Titan, or the infantry will get in.
I think one of the earlier Horus Heresy books, where Titans first start to really have a position on the battlefield, there's descriptions of enemies fighting up the legs.
Right.
And when I read that, I was envisioning like people fighting up a spiral staircase in an old medieval tower or something.
Right.
It's like the 40k version of that, except this tower is a leg and it's attached to a giant killing engine that's walking across the battlefield.
And I like in the animation too that when they give you a sense of the controls and the dynamic of how they work together, there's a commonality with like submarine warfare or naval warfare, or of course tank warfare, that they have to work together. They can't move fast, so they need to anticipate where they're going to need to turn. If they're facing the wrong direction, they might really be screwed, because they just aren't going to get around fast enough. And taking inspiration again from different kinds of naval warfare is a very perceptive thing to do when you're trying to make something totally preposterous seem plausible.
Yeah, a warship at full speed is all ahead full.
Right.
A Titan, it's full stride.
I love in this too when they've gotten to the point when there's a sniper threat to the Titan. It's this enormous tank
Baneblade.
in like a sniper hide. Again, it's the cleverness of scale.
I don't know if it'd be a Stormblade or a Baneblade, but the super heavy tank of the Imperium.
But this taking like sonar readings and then dropping torpedoes into the area where you think something is, it reminded me again of submarines. And here you get a sense, I mean, even something that big has its vulnerabilities. I mean, nothing's invulnerable. All armor has its weakness. If you're out there walking around, there's got to be a limit to the protective quality of your armor. And they make the Titans seem really vulnerable all of a sudden. I mean, they're sitting in this Titan and they're kind of panicking a little bit, But everything has its weakness.
Are these Titans? Those are knights. Are those not? Those are knights. I think
they all have their strengths.
I don't know what the distinguishing line is between a
knight
and a Titan.
Finds the perfect balance of different arms and different troop types.
This is Angels of Death. It's a Blood Angels series. Very stylized. It's all black and white except for anything that should be red. But the black, white, and red gives this a very unique aesthetic.
Yeah, it's like Sin City or
Warhammer
something.
Sin City.
Yeah. Color means that much more when it's largely absent.
It's nice that because it focuses mostly around a single Blood Angel squad, but they all have their own unique characteristics, despite largely being armored up. You can tell
that's
who's
nice. I love the blood
by
drop
weapon,
into the drop
armor,
pods.
actions, voice. That's one
So
of the things
when
that-
does this take place now?
This is 40k.
40k.
Yeah.
But the old helmets are still there.
That's one of the things that helps differentiate the squad
Yeah.
members is that
Yeah,
they've
sure.
all got a different helmet. Which I think when
Ah.
when they're going for this style where it's primarily red that we're seeing, I think they needed to differentiate the characters,
characters,
with
sure.
more than just voice and stature.
But you can do that. Individual armors look different. Once you get used to it, a particular helmet is just as distinctive as a particular face.
Yep.
What do you think about the Terminator designs, the 40k Terminator designs?
Well, I haven't thought about them too much. I mean, I haven't built any. The
Haven't built
Terminators
any
in
Terminators?
The Horus Heresy are much more variable. They're all kind of the same class, but from Legion to Legion, their kind of appearance and their characterization varies a lot. The 40k Terminators are much more kind of consistent. A very distinctive helmet shapes. It's an interesting question of, with a Space Marine, you already have something that's very heavily armored and hits very
I've never
hard.
been a particular
What's the
fan of that
heavy
like
version of
snout
that?
face.
In functional terms, they don't make a lot of sense, really. You would never need a double-barreled machine gun because your single-barreled machine gun already has such a high rate of fire. Having two of them doesn't really make any kind of sense, but as an
But
expressive
it doubles the fire
device,
rate.
it helps make that distinction.
It's not
And-
only two bolters bolted together, it's two bolters bolted together that these giant Terminators can wield one-handed.
Yeah, and the fact that the Terminator armor is very technologically advanced, but now a very rare technology that can't be replicated. It's not just their gear. The Terminators themselves are veterans and have to have a certain amount of experience to be put into that gear. They find a number of different levels to distinguish them from the average Space Marine.
This is weirdly quite an emotional scene coming up with Blood Angel's Dreadnought. There's been a few games to feature Dreadnoughts and cinematics that go along with those games, like Dawn of War especially, but it's still been quite difficult to get a sense of how a Dreadnought moves or its mobility. This animation and one of the final scenes in Space Marine 2 do a great job of showing how mobile, how quick, and how dangerous a Dreadnought could be.
And how much character it can have, too.
I really enjoy these shots of the Tech Marine because there's a number of times through this series where he's having to interact with the screen or a computer, a piece of machinery, and last bolts or auto guns are just plinking off him, and he doesn't even think about them.
It's the essence of using any armor is knowing the armor's capability.
Yes.
What do you actively have to deal with, and what can you ignore?
Yeah.
In the 41st millennium,
A Tech Marine's frustrated with technology.
a bit of a kinetic encouragement.
I like their
Call it.
kind of laminated faceplates. It's very distinctive. Tech Marines usually make great characters.
Depending on the chapter, they're sort of looked at with distrust because
Yeah.
they've been away for so long.
Yeah, right. Questionable loyalty, maybe.
Yeah. Are you with us, or are you actually for the mechanics now? Yeah, this ending scene with the Dreadnought is sort of heart-wrenching.
There's not a lot left of him, really.
A
He's
Dreadnought
already
saying
mostly
they're
dead.
Cold. What a way to go. That was me. I was watching this like, yeah, cool action-packed 40k, and then you've made me feel emotion. Thanks for that. Didn't expect that,
Oh
especially
my
from
God.
a Dreadnought. But bravo for creating that moment.
Dreadnoughts, they often make great characters.
Yep.
have liked to see the skies of Baal one last time.
No.
Thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed this episode. If you did, be sure to hit the like button and subscribe
Oh.
so you don't miss out on future episodes
Beautiful.
featuring Dr.
Beautiful.
Capwell. Links to more of Toby's work can be found in the description below. And as always, I want to give a massive shout out to all of our supporters over on Patreon for supporting EXP and for helping us make cool stuff like this. If you have any thoughts, be sure to share them in the comment section below, and make sure you subscribe to EXP so you don't miss out on all of our future episodes. But until then, thank you again for watching, and we will see you real soon.
Movement!
All right. Let's see. It's showing my own stream to me. Don't do that. All right. Last thing I wanted to play for a bit. Not some magic. I wanted to play Tyranny. It's been so long since I have played this game. This is what I want. Yeah. Hey. All right. Game capture. Which game? Is it not? Ah. There we go. Yeah. Now we're working. I don't know what these mean. Ah. All right. Absolutely. Not expert mode. Yeah, let's go normal. Yeah. Yeah.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might.
Yes.
Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spymaster and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus.
Yeah.
With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle.
Basically the Space
Watching over
Marines.
the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's do... Yeah. Tall, scraggly dude? Yeah, I'm all for that. And that's our palest skin option. Yep. Hair color, obviously orange. Thank you. Why are all of these so scowly? That's pretty baby facey. We want a huge wayfish. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's awful. It makes me almost want to play it because of how awful it is. Let's go that one. That's the pointiest. Any facial hair that looks interesting? Huge mustache. No, absolutely not. No. That's tempting. Ooh. That's an angular face. I do like that. How pointy can we make this person's face? We might be going with that hair, but if we... How's a mohawk look? Oh, that's... I hate this person so much. What's this one look like? Perfectly coiffed every day. Do I want this or do I want the mohawk? I think we want this one. Pointiest person. We got... Oh, it's on the arm. I wanted more back tattoos. Leg tattoos? I don't know. I don't have tattoos myself, so I kind of don't really vibe with what they mean to people. That hair's very brown. That's like purpley red. That's insane. Let's go with that one. All right, what's our portrait going to be? We're going to have... this person's going to be the pointiest man on the continent, so he needs to have... That's terrible. I feel upset that I can't, like, click a portrait and have it auto-populate basically that person's face into the character creator. I guess that's the least offensive. It's got no beard, though. Alright, today you are a Fatebinder, agent of the Archon of Justice. You are by no means free, but as a warrior scholar deputized with discretionary powers to interpret and execute the laws of the Overlord Kairos. I'm a lawyer! You are freer than most. One does not apply to be a Fatebinder. One is called by Tunon, the Archon of Justice. And to decline is death! Millions of men and women live in the dozens of realms ruled by the Overlord. How did you stand out from amongst this teeming mass of desperation and insignificance to gain the Archon's notice? Lawbreaker is tempting. Hunter? When the leader of your home village spoke out of turn one time too many, agents of the Overlord put the whole town to the torch to contain the spread of insubordination. The bounding drive came across the smoking ruins of your village, and when the beast's matriarch found you, frozen but unafraid, the mighty leader took you in and raised you with the protection of her tribe. Interesting. Ah, for years you lived with these wild beast men. Interesting. So that's like a wild person. Guild apprentice. Nah. Hunter's a good choice. War mage isn't terrible. I don't want to go diplomat or noble sign. Those are kind of boring. These are too violent. Lawbreaker, accused of a crime you most certainly did commit. You stood before Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, and argued your case with eloquence and conviction. Impressed by your logic, reason, and confidence, he found you guilty anyway. Well, you were guilty. It is rumored that Tunon selects many of his agents from his prisoners. Who better to catch those wicked than those versed in such ways? In his mercy, offered you the choice of 2 sentences, decades languishing in prison or a lifetime serving him in the court of fate binders. Choice was an easy one. Okay. I mean, I do like that's a backstory that like makes sense. Primary expertise. As one of Tunon's fate binders, you received training in the arts of war, the intrigue of magic, and the inexhaustible depths of Kairos lore. Across the Northern Empire, the education of a fate binder is second to none. Okay. Those bearing the title are expected to read instructions and understand the economies of the realms in which they operate. Literacy and mathematics, skills rarely found on Taratus, are essential skills in the execution of law. Well, yes. Subtler talents like speechcraft or tactics are honed with time and experience under Tunon's guidance. Primary expertise, combat style. That's okay. Pointiest person, short bow or javelin? I do like javelin. That's my immediate thing. Oh my god. I hate my shield though. That's terrible. That I don't hate. I don't hate that look. I think we're going to go short bow just based on the look. I don't want to do unarmed attacks, but like, I hate these. Dodge, subterfuge, athletics. Dodge, parry, athletics. And then magic. Magic's a bit like, I want to get to magic, but like later. I'm going to go short bow. Heart shot. Delay your aim to focus on hitting the target's heart. Target your enemy's feet with a ranged attack, hobbling them if successful. Ooh. Okay, so this is a damage multiplier. We'll do that one. Secondary expertise. You also received training in... short bow. Double short bow? I mean, we could. Let's go short bow unarmed attacks. Why not? Silencing. Yeah, there we go. Stunning people and then short bows. Character colors. I mean, obviously we need to pick something dark. Do we pick purple like a Muppet? The red is lovely. Okay, I see. I do like the dark color under here. That purple's quite nice. Ooh, the black overall with the purple trim is very nice. I think we want that deep purple, and then... I mean, I do like that, but the stripes make it look a little bit not great. We're gonna go the black and purple. That's very fancy. That does kind of make me want to join the disfavor, though, based on the fact that I have similar colors to them. Alright, banner. Pointiest man. That's very pointy. That's pretty good. I do like that. That's not terrible. It's so pointy, but I don't know what it means. That's a quill. That's like a pen. I don't hate that. That just looks cool, so I kind of want to take that. Michael! Attributes. I didn't check what I want for my character. Short bow. What do I need? Target versus dodge. Attack skill. Bows 20. Bows, thrown weapons. Alright, skills. Hang on. So we need... I mean, obviously, them. So hang on. Might, physical strength of a character, more powerful attacks and stronger abilities, as well as increasing endurance, defense. Recommended because you're training a short bow and unarmed attacks. And then vitality, wits. Okay, resolve. Strength, dex, more dex. So if I just do that, 12, 14, 12, and then all 10s, do I want to go... I gotta pick something to be bad at. Physical and mental challenges. Physical, health, and their strength of personality. Duration of afflictions. Let's reduce resolve, and then we can add... one. Yeah, we're at 16, 12, 12. Neat. Can I just put everything in athletics? No, I can only put it to 50. Ah, but I can put it to 50. Okay. Okay. So we've got lockpick. Athletics is also used in dialogue to determine your ability to intimidate or physically overpower someone. I guess I'm going to be using that. So we got 40, and then this can go to 40 as well. So we got a 40, a 40, a 45. And then if I wanted to, I could make dodge higher. I should probably make dodge higher, shouldn't I? Conquest! Never skip any content.
All the world has fallen to Kairos. And now the Overlord's eye is on the Tears.
Yeah.
Our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. 2 armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior. In the early days of 428,
Okay.
Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tearsmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tears sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors.
Oh my god.
Until it's too late.
Classic. Ooh, during the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kairos' invasion of the Tears, shaping the world through which you'll adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the Tears respond to you. Your decisions matter. Yay! The Bastard City. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and the Tears, built upon a natural harbour at the crossroads between realms. The city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tears, it was the centre of all wealth. I mean, yeah. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kairos' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' armies. Taking the city would send a message to the rest of the Tears. Kairos' will is insurmountable. I mean, if the jewel of your country is considered a backwater trading hub by the neighboring country. Gates of Judgment. In the first major engagement of the war, Kairos' armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. Mountains. The armies of Kairos took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening conquest of the Tears. The 2 armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside the army whose approach is best suited to your strength. Shield to shield with Kairos' ironclad elite, you advanced on the mercenary city, or you rushed with the chaotic mass of the Scarlet Chorus, flanked the Bastard City, and drove them to flee. That does strike me as the kind of character that I've built. Or infiltrate the Tears. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with the advance units of both armies. Which one did you join? Conscript enemy fighters or aid the disfavored scouts? You joined the Scarlet Chorus as they raided villages and small towns, conscripting every able-bodied man and woman into the army. The voices of Narat emphasize the rewards of conscription and enslavement over wanton bloodshed. Apparently his soldiers needed the reminder. Or you lent your skills to the elite disfavored scouts to capture a border garrison. Graven Ash insisted that an early victory in the offensive would boost morale of his troops and diminish the haughty overconfidence of the Southerners. That's actually, of all 4, yeah, of all of these, that sounds the most like my character. The Oathbound Scouts identified a modest border defense and collaborated on an organized attack that would leave the enemy uncoordinated and cut them off from aid. With a Raven Guard, you oversaw the preparations and offered your opinions on the strategy. When the clashing of swords and spears fell to silence, followed by the cheering of disfavored scouts, you were the least surprised. I imagine I also shot some people. Interesting. Okay, cool. So I got, yeah. Each of these I have 4 things to choose from. Border garrison, captured by your disfavored allies, you traveled ahead of Kairos' armies and lurked in the shadows of the Bastard City. You decided that converting one of the locals to Kairos' side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. Or Containing the fire. Your fiercest opponents in the Bastard City were the mages of the School of Wild Wrath. Too barbaric to use their power responsibly, the unbridled practitioners need to be stopped. How did you trick the hot-tempered mages into their own undoing? You lured the hot-headed mages into an ambush where a legion of disfavored waited to spring at the trap. That's actually pretty good. Or you tricked the guild elders in meeting with the voices of Narat. I mean... I do love that. Or there's... You enlisted a bitter captain of the guard to sell you military secrets. Or you came to an arrangement with a well-connected smuggler. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a disfavored character. Do I want to... Did I enlist a captain, or did I do... I think we did an ambush. I love the idea of... We took over a garrison, and then we pulled some mages into an ambush. The mages took their more dangerous research outside the Bastard City walls. You sent a scout to sabotage a delicate ritual, which caused an explosion that injured or killed many senior practitioners. Enraged, the survivors expended themselves on the chase. I love that it's status enraged. Where the disfavored surrounded them, brought them to heel. The few that survived the attacked were conscripted by the Scarlet Chorus. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the Bastard City ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city defenses for the arrival of Kairos' forces, but you wanted a decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did you assist in the fall of the Bastard City? Spread fear through assassination, incite a riot, duel the city marshal. Oh, it gives me a thing. Stand your ground. 12 seconds. Rapidly increase health, but your damage is significantly reduced. Oh, so the second wind. Or searing. Start a riot with fire magic. Probably assassination, right? Keeping in the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the Bastard City one by one. Concealing shadows. Graze deflection. Minus accuracy. Okay, so create a cloud of dust, obscuring shadows and dust. For a short duration, enemies that use physical attacks and you have a significantly increased chance to miss. But your attacks will also be less effective. I mean, I do kind of want smoke bomb. Some deaths were quite unnoticed, while others were gruesome beyond words. As a wave of murder overtook the city's elite. Okay, no, we're Night Lords. Your deeds swelled in infamy. Well before the armies arrived, no one in the Bastard City felt safe in their homes, much less behind their walls. By the time Kairos' forces crested the horizon, the city was fearful enough to throw open the gates and welcome their new protectors. We minimized bloodshed! I'm a good guy. I mean, I'm kind of joking, but I'm also kind of not. The Bastard City settled into a new state of normalcy, every tower displaying Kairos' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. Michael the Assassin. The deadly Michael. The armies divided into two fronts and migrated south. Tunon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kairos' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethean's Crossing, or as a war advisor with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. I mean, my job is to be here, isn't it? As opposed to here? This is, yeah. Okay. Deposits of iron made the settlement of Leviathan's Crossing a strategic war asset. Kairos sent the forge-bound smith mages of exceptional skill to establish a flow of weaponry. Tunon the Adjudicator sent one of his fate binders to ensure the enforcement of Kairos' law. Or The troops of the mountain realm with Apex stood idle in the safety of their valley, biding their time as the neighbors in the bastard tier fell. Hilarious. In the second year of war, a joint force of disfavored and Scarlet Chorus crossed over the mountains to take control of the tier's central valley. I mean, like, that's important, but this is a specifically Fatebinder job, isn't it? That is very satisfying. Lathan's Crossing. Years ago, Lathan the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. That's these, I guess. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. I really kind of feel bad for this country that we're conquering. Lathan's Crossing drew Kyrus' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. That tracks. With the region under Kyrus' control, the northern smith mages could set up the workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. The Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe. Beautiful work. Taking the crossing into a bloodless victory. Yep, there we go. Tunon dispatched you to travel alongside Kyrus' forces and bring order to the region. Cool, okay. So this is my actual, like, I'm a stealthy, stabby person, but my actual job is to be a judge. The Iron Must Flow, or the Cult of Sirin. Sirin, Archon of Song, used her arcane charm to lure locals into joining Kyros' army. As a patroness of the Scarlet Chorus, her efforts were critical in the conscription of new recruits. When an enthralled, disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon was growing out of control and she needed to be stopped. Oh, so you can't take from us. Destroy the cult. Disfavored demanded that the Archon of Song cease her recruitment practices and that they be allowed to violently subdue her cult of followers. The loss of soldiers was a significant setback to this chorus's conscription efforts. No, disfavored. No. Or send her cult to the vanguard. In Scarlet Chorus tradition, you sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived, well, welcome to remain in Kyrus' military, and their performance would stand as testimony to Siren's effectiveness. There's a problem here in that the chorus has insulted the disfavored because a disfavored has joined them. And the choices are ignore it and reward them, or destroy the cult. Okay. Well, let's see what's going over here. Anyway. Kyrus' smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one faulted their dedication, yet production was low. The plans that came to light proved divisive to the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. So I have to pick a side. On the one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not forgers. On the other hand, the celebrated weaponry of Kyrus' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. Okay. Conscript a tribe of beastmen or draw from the Scarlet Chorus recruits? Man, playing a disfavored does kind of mean being like, fuck the Scarlet Chorus. You conscripted help from a local tribe of beastmen. Their strength would more than offset their disobedience. The disfavored protested that savages have access to the secrets of iron, but their voices were few compared to the support of the Scarlet Chorus. Yeah, we took a vote, and the disfavored are like, but there's twice as many of you as there are of us. I was like, well, we took a vote. Scarlet Chorus took refugees from the recent influx and forced them to serve in Kyrus' military. You repurposed these individuals to haul wagons of iron for the smith mages. This proved an inconvenience to the Scarlet Chorus, who relied on their force and numbers to be effective in the field. Yeah, I mean, obviously we do this one. hey, we need to distribute... our new recruits need to not all be immediately sent to the front lines. Some portion of our new recruits do need to do, like, manual labor. This isn't like this one where it was an active disfavored soldier defected to the other army. This is from the recruiting pool. They're like, no, we need all of them. And I'm like, no. You can't have all of the recruiting pool. We need slaves. The population of Lathan's Crossing had swelled from the emptying of lands destroyed by Kairos' armies. Although the Scarlet Chorus fought to keep the refugees under their control, the need for production could not wait. The new recruits were reassigned to haul iron ore from treacherous mine shafts, labor more befitting slaves than Kairos' artisans. Okay. I'm confused at the distinction between slaves and people conscripted into the Scarlet Chorus. I feel like those are just slave soldiers. Though the disfavored grew stronger with the advantage of more weapons, the Scarlet Chorus diminished as their ranks found themselves with one fewer opportunity for growth. The teeming horde is slightly smaller than it could otherwise be. How will they ever manage? Okay, a Guardian's Due, or Pick of the Armory. Kairos' armories used Lathan's Crossing as a reprieve from the war. The city grew more crowded as a mercenary army hired by the Archon of Secrets occupied the barracks, where they drained resources and escalated tensions. Turn on! The disfavored wanted nothing to do with them, but the Scarlet Chorus sought to invite them in default. Yeah, because the Scarlet Chorus's whole deal is we conscript everyone. You let the Scarlet Chorus and the mercenaries engage in combat games and challenges. Yeah, no. Allowed laws against revelry and merriment to go unenforced. Absolutely not. There will be no fun. The disfavored demanded that the mercenaries be kept far from Kairos' armies. The righteous occupiers would not deign to share provisions or supplies with degenerate sellswords. I mean, I guess. There's a part of me that's like, okay, this is obviously set in an era where the concept of professional soldiers is rare. You built a separate barracks and a mess hall in order to keep the sellswords out of the army's way and enabled strict laws against disorderly conduct. I mean, I wanted to do that one. I really want to do that one. Pick of the Armory. Okay. Since you aided the production of weapons, commanders of both armies lobbied for additional arms. They offered all manner of bribes to be the next in line for a fitting session with the Masters of the Forge. How did you sate the lust for iron? I don't take bribes, is the answer. Let the disfavored have the line, keeping the best tools in the hands of the elite. Obvious display of preferential treatment, and you gave irons to the Scarlet Chorus commanders, knowing they pay very well for any killing tool. Weaponry of such a claim was typically reserved for the highest disfavored offers. You opened a changing tradition under the circumstances. Or you allowed no changes to the orderly dispensation and punished those who tried to bribe you twice. I kind of want to go with the you punished people who tried to bribe you, but I'm gonna go with this one. Where I'm like... Or... separate barracks. The elite soldiers from the north had little patience for sellswords under the best of circumstances and showed open contempt for mercenaries born in the tiers. They demanded that all armies, including their own soldiers, follow strict military discipline and be restricted to quarters when not on duty. After some discussion, you agreed that separate accommodations were the best possible solution. Those sellswords balked at the oppressive foreign custom. You convinced them it was the safest recourse. Yeah, we're an invading army. We're bringing our culture with us, and our culture is no fun allowed. Who controlled the crossing? Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired by the voices of Narat... No, wait, that's not Tunon. The Arcanus. Wait. I've done it wrong. I was blaming Tunon before. Oh, wait, no. Were the mercenaries hired by the Voices of Narat? Okay. Injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Tunon ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kairos' more responsible servants. Okay, I'm glad that I put these mercenaries in their own room, because that makes it easy to burn it down when they need to punish them. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front, as the disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility. Tunon decreed it best that only one force control the crossing. I agree. I am absolutely giving it to the disfavored. Yeah. Disfavored placed a modest garrison in the settlement of Lathan's Crossing. Though the force was larger than might be needed to police the small settlement, protecting the forge-bound ironsmiths became the true agenda of the defense force, as these magical craftsmen kept the disfavored invasion force suited in iron. Yeah! That's why we're here! So of course we're doing that! Relieved at the departure of the Scarlet Chorus, the citizens of Lathan's Crossing felt they got the least of two burdens. You received word from Graven Ash thanking you for your decision. The Forge-bound and their weaponry could not be entrusted to the Voices of Narat. Yeah, like, I don't know what we would have gotten out of funding the Chaos Army. Okay. With the mercenaries expelled and Lathan's Crossing under new leadership, Kairos forces congratulate themselves on bringing order to the settlement and guaranteeing a productive flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the tiers. Your skills were needed in the realms of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. Library Fortress, the largest archive of the written word in the tiers. The School of Ink and Quill protected and maintained the archive of ancient lore for centuries. It's the Library of Alexandria. Okay. Stalwart, with its easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart is the most formidable realm in the tiers. So this is the military target to subjugate the nation of Azure. I'm gonna say this is the this is the Riverlands. Its treasures, its knowledge, its secrets. Okay. The Southern Realm is the one that's... I feel like the positions of this one and this one should be switched. Because, like, this has access to lots of water from, like, these mountain ranges should be feeding lots of water, right? Or is this like a desert? Easily defended position. It's got... Look at all this coastline. Like, and this has a wall in the mountains, and you're telling me this isn't an easily defended position? These feel swapped. And then there's the Vellum Citadel, literally in the middle. It's really hard not to go for this one. Let's go. Secrets! Being in the secret police means I get to pick the fancy stuff sometimes. Vellum Citadel. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill, a circle of mages that centuries ago carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by other major realms. Aha! Legend said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the great library fortress and force the scholars to yield to Kairos. Oop. Excuse me. My computer is just being weird for a hot moment. There we go. Okay. Song of Ensnarement. Siren Song. Oh my god, she's back! Or a peaceful surrender turned bloody. Interesting. A detachment of Kyrus's army marched on the Vellum Citadel, expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Suddenly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kyrus's forces, looked to you for the next steps. Excuse me. The call weighed on your mind and has an immediate influence on soldiers' losses. You ordered the expendable Scarlet Chorus to attack, commanding the disorderly mob forward to give the elite disfavored a chance to withdraw. Though a costly maneuver in terms of lives lost, this assured the survival of the most capable and effective soldiers. And then you ordered the disfavored to advance their shield wall, knowing that a handful... Interesting. Okay. So I can go fuck the Scarlet Chorus. I can go, hey, disfavored, do your job. Song of Ensnarement. Siren Arcane of Song used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept up beyond the citadel walls. After Kyrus' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge, a crime under Kyrus' law with the Scarlet Chorus. Okay, I feel like I have to go with the disfavored option here because they've specified that the disfavored aren't just being jerks, they're being jerks, but they have legal standing in this case. Man, this thing is turning me into a cop. You calm the disfavored with a compromise. You punish the disfavored. I can't do that. Yeah, I mean, I can compromise with them. As the disfavored fitted the sages with their restraining masks, the Scarlet Chorus openly criticized the suppression of enemy knowledge. Yeah, but as established, that's the law. You gave the soldiers a stern lesson on Kyrus' laws and the sensitive treatment of forbidden knowledge. That didn't stop the whispering and rumors that the conquest was being mismanaged. Yeah, well, it's the Scarlet Chorus. They can bitch about what they want. I didn't decide the laws. I just made my social mobility out of becoming a cop. The Spy Master's agents, or the right of command. Ooh, the Archon of Song incited Scarlet Chorus recruits to fight their leaders. What? Bosses were killed and supplanted left and right. The disfavored demanded an end to the practice for the good of the conquest. I mean, you ruled that each Archon had the right to govern their armies according to their nature. The right of command bred chaos, but it also ensured the strongest right to lead. It doesn't, but okay. Put an end to the conquests. You agreed with the disfavored arguments. The right of command had its place, but not when Kyrus' forces were outnumbered and reinforcements weeks behind, if not longer. A group of enemy mages surrendered to the disfavored, claiming to be spies loyal to the voices of Narat. I bet they are. No one in the army could verify the claim. The disfavored readied to interrogate the mages, but the Scarlet Chorus protested, demanding the prisoners be given to their custody. You couldn't risk the voices of Narat's secrets falling into the wrong hands. What does their custody mean? You ignored the disfavored threats, sharply reminding them that they marched at Kyrus' orders and not to their own whims. The mages were released into the custody of Scarlet Chorus. Though it meant angering the Scarlet Chorus, the mages with disfavored property. I mean, yeah. They're enemy mages, they surrendered to the disfavored, they claim to be spies, and I'm like, cool, no one can verify that? Cool, you stay in custody. Like, how dare you? They can't just claim to be your buddy. You need somebody to actually say that they're your spies. You took time poring over the mage's confiscated documents, finding no blatant messages to the voices in Narat or anyone else. You resolved to question the mages yourself. When you reached their cells, you discovered the bodies, each of them slaughtered in a grisly display. Tense discussion and accusations followed, but with no evidence to suggest a responsible party, you were forced to let the matter drop. You... Well, the Edict of Fire. Crestfallen by the preferential treatment you showed the disfavored, the Scarlet Chorus retreated deeper into the mountains, leaving your detachment with a skeleton crew. I'm fine. Tunon sent word that Kairos' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast an Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a single spell powerful enough to destroy the Vellum Citadel. You had the choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Give no warning, give 1 day's warning. I mean, no warning. Claiming they still had spies within the Citadel. Well, maybe you should have told me. No. You can't manage your spies. Oh, I don't care about them. Opting to give the enemy no quarter, you proclaim the Edict of Fire at the first moments of dawn, granting the enemy no warning of the destruction to come. Though the chorus insisted your actions doomed their spies, the disfavored applauded your decision. Yeah. Maybe you should manage your spies better. I have no reason to trust that your spies will be useful. You read the edict as the new sun rose behind the Citadel, casting a long shadow in its wake. You were the last person to see that hall of knowledge, the moment before the devastation. The earth shook, and a red-orange light glowed in the foundation of the sprawling Citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from the windows and between loose bricks, melting hostile trenches in the surrounding land. The mages awoke to smoke and fire. For most, it is already too late. Only a handful of bewildered mages escaped the smouldering collapse of the massive library fortress. Kairos will be done. The armies of Kairos left the devastation of the Vellum Citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know the once noble citadel as the Burning Library. I sure did call it the Library of Alexandria. This was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life, but a message had been sent. The Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tunon called you into service once more. You were the last to depart from the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires. There were mere specks, dwarfed by the inferno, the last gasps of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kairos' armies, bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. You have reached the end of Kairos' conquest. Continue. All right.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault.
Okay.
With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers.
Okay. But again, like... I guess I can't comment here because I haven't lived in a small country getting invaded by a larger empire, and so I don't know what that's like. But I really wonder what the plan is here. Like, most of your country has already been overtaken. The rest of the continent has already been overtaken. The Kairos turned a mountain into a volcano with magic. What is your plan?
The Overlord is not amused. And Kairos has one message for the Archons. Crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict. A magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons.
Okay.
As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos'
Oh, thank you for the raid.
and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
My name is Michael the Gathering. I'm usually a Magic the Gathering streamer, but I've played some Magic today and been utterly disappointed, and so I've switched out some stuff. I'll be on for another 25 minutes or so. Welcome to Terratus. This is your first visit to the world of tyranny, so watch these windows. Awesome. What are our buttons?
Right.
Aurora, Kairos the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate, the traditional salute of her legion. Conversations involve you, another character, and sometimes additional parties like bystanders or companions who may interject. The choices you... Yep, cool. Your character's attributes, skills, history, and gender, as well as decisions you made in the conquest, may open up options for you in dialogue. Each character who speaks to you will display a banner. You will often see the names of important people. Cool. The commander wouldn't say why the governor of Lathan's Crossing would be coming. Is that me? Oh! In the year 429 TR, the second year of the conquest of the tiers, you were assigned as the governor of Lathan's Crossing, overseeing the Iron Forges. I didn't realize that when I picked the disfavored, it was also because I am the governor. Having improved efficiency, order, quality of the forges, many disfavored soldiers think of you as the chief rainmaker of their arsenal, much to the chagrin of the magesmiths that actually hammer the iron, and still think of you as the honorary governor of Lathan's Crossing. Huh! Neat! But since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices of Narat. She catches herself, clearing her throat. I mean, mediate with the Archons so that we might agree on a plan to wipe out these Oathbreakers. Yeah. I mean, Aurora, you're not wrong. But on a personal note, it is good to see another Harbinger. Barely 10,000, and the disfavored. While the Scarlet Chorus faces and go, you've seen a lot of the same disfavored over the years. This is Aurora, Stone Shield of the second cohort, veteran of the original Vendrian's Well campaign 2 years prior. You saw battle with her and her team in the infiltration of the tiers that occurred weeks before the major. Ah! She was in the thing! Those who took part in those daring pre-war raids refer to each other affectionately as Harbingers. Hey! Neat! I like this. The Scarlet Chorus is going to be a pain in my ass, but I think that the disfavored are actually going to be, like, happy to see me. By Kairos' will, most of our old invasion force still lives, but most of us have been scattered across the tiers, reassigned as needs change. I miss those days when there was so much battle ahead of us, so much glory still to be won. But I know the Archons are expecting you. Don't let me wax nostalgically about the old days. Law 20 requirement not bet. I am in a hurry to come bearing an edict of Kairos. Our soldiers will complete their task or die. I mean, let's be polite. You've traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Did you hear that? More runners, third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messages through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. Yay! Tutorial battle. Tyranny uses a pausable real-time combat system, but because you will often manage more than one character at a time, it is a good idea to pause the game, ensure it doesn't then resume. Yep. Options menu. Cool. Your character can always perform basic attacks using their equipped weapon. Characters also have special abilities and spells they can use in combat. When a character is selected, their ability bar displays their hotkeyed abilities. As new abilities and spells are gained, they are automatically added to the ability bar. Neat. So I've got thrust, primary weapon, thrust with a short bow. Okay. What do we got? Party AI, stealth toggle, select all party members. Oh, formation shapes. Neat. Custom formations. Okay. Camping supplies. Camping will remove all wounds. Okay. Palm strike. Heart shot. And then that's smoke bomb. Healing potion? Healing potion. Armor. Magic defense. Willed. Okay. See, it's my saves. Parry. Dodge. Okay, cool. They're all pretty good. What happens when I do these? Okay, WASD moves the camera. Spacebar is pause and unpause. Journal, reputations, spell creation. I'm going to try and make all my spells like out of combat spells. All of your character's abilities and spells can be accessed by selecting the category icon at the bottom of the selected frame. Talents? Spells. Okay, there. Combo abilities. Okay, so I click that and it... Oh yeah, I see there's a little thing. So it clicks there and it goes whoop. Neat. To use an ability, left click on the ability icon or press the hotkey corresponding to its location bar. Your cursor will indicate for abilities that target party members. You can click on the party portraits. Excellent. 5 defenses. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses. Neat. Hit, critical hit, graze, and miss. A critical hit increases your damage while a graze reduces it. With each attack, you'll gain experience, weapon skills used to make the attack. Even a miss will grant some experience. Neat. So... Ow. Can I? Oh, I see. Right click doesn't actually do that. Okay. Oh, okay. Palm strike thingy. How do I auto attack? Quick items. Oh, do I just left click him to auto attack? Oh, okay, cool. Left click. I'm gonna have to not right-click everything. That's one down. Fate by the talents. There are 6 categories of talents. Leadership, defense, blah, blah, blah. Within a talent tree, each tier of talents based on... Okay, cool. Stick to one tree. Each companion has their own talent trees. Talents. Cool. Wait. Loot. Take all. Whetstone. Excellent. Potion of protection. Neat. Do you think you could fit through the rubble? This seems like a suicide mission. What do the Venturing Guard hope to accomplish? Yes, thank you. 1. From what we've learned of the other prisoners, the runners are instructed to escape the valley and drum up support for the Oathbreakers' cause, else rain the tears. I mean, I meant for the whole movement. I don't know who they think will listen to their pleas. We've smashed every army, fortress, and self-proclaimed ruler these lowborn tearsmen have to offer. Perhaps they think the wild beasts will rally to their side. Disfavored victory has soaked the tears with fear. I doubt anyone would rally to their hopeless cause. My thoughts exactly. They lost this war years ago. This is a little more than the last gasp of dying people. Alright, carry on. Boulder. Squeeze through the gap.
Will do.
Okay, and then boom. Oh, when I double click on them, it moves the thing to them. Nice.
Take that.
Nice.
I got it.
Yeah, get rid of that one. So it does. Badly injured. Okay. So it doesn't give me a
Will do.
doesn't give me precise damage numbers. Red is near death. Okay, cool. Don't bother with me. Go down the pass. Drestus. The soldier clenches his gut and winces. You can see hints of entrails between his fingers. He's dead. You're wounded, and it's not trivial. He laughs through clenched teeth. Tis but a scratch. I've seen twice as worse 10 times over. I know. Keep hold of the guts, then. Farewell. He releases his wounds to flash you a pain salute. Hail, Kyra. You clown. Whatever, man. Take all. Several skulls, bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion birds, are spiked on a roughly hewn post. It is the only heraldry the Scarlet Chorus needs. Of course it's the Scarlet Chorus.
Sorry, I can't.
Try and catch me, worm.
A young Scarlet Fury. Elite daughters of the Scarlet Chorus, distinguished by their graceful attacks and murderous persistence. Ooh. Better armed and trained than most Chorus conscripts, the Furies are found among the vanguard of battle, their brutal displays of skill, inspiring bloodlust in the masses and fear in the enemy. Whiz around the Venturing Guard attackers, holding their weapons for full grace. She nods to acknowledge you. Neat. This one's crazy. Too much lead in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Fate Finder. Here at last. Here to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery.
Yeah, absolutely. For the realm of Apex, charge!
I'll spill your guts.
Right.
All right, so you have... Oh, you're auto-using stuff. Excellent. Burning iron. Blood-soaked stone. Neat.
Will do.
Let them think they can hit me.
Ow! Well,
Phew. I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
stabby, stabby, stabby.
I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian guard we killed didn't come alone.
Yeah, valid. Alright,
Eager.
let's go.
I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
Oh, that's the currency. Yeah, I see your point. Nice and practical.
No reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Narat!
Spell scrolls. You've discovered a scroll that contains the image for a sigil of magic. If a member of your party has an high lore skill, you can learn this sigil and use it to craft spells. If you meet the lore requirement for the scroll, right-click on the scroll icon and then click on the Learn button at the bottom of the inspection interface. So hang on, if I go... it's combo abilities. Party spells. Okay. Inventory. Yeah. I mean... Wait, no. Stash. And then phalanx. One-handed. And then we go hide scroll. Does not have enough lore. Okay. Party spells. She has more lore than me. Oh wait, talents. I have a thing. Do I have... Neat. Okay, so this is all later. Alright, so this is your camp, is it? There's so many of them. Eyes forward, no looking back. The Vendrian Guard warrior roars with his falx. A scythe, curved blade. Oh, it's those things. His words lightly lost over the din of combat. I mean, yeah. Stand aside, or your funeral will be over the side of the bluff. There is no escape, and for Oathbreakers, no surrender. Then we'll settle this with bronze. You don't know when to stop? I like that. Reinforcements? I'm like, yeah. I have zero fear for these people. Run down the Oathbreakers, let none escape. From the red roll of reinforcements to the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble, the ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson notes. Sigils, signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air. A red glow surrounds the Vendrian Guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you. You there, keep to the path. The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but his soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, roaring challenges. No, don't engage them. We need to run.
I'm not.
Cackling. Foot devastating.
Right.
Ow. Oh, I need to heal.
I see the crow flies.
Will do.
Companion has joined the party. Yeah. Wait. F1 and F2. F1 to select the player character, F2 select first. Ah, okay. And then press Alt F4 to select the desktop. Okay, AI stuff. Stance abilities provided with different benefits in combat. Honestly, not super
Fall before me.
interested in all of that, if I'm being completely honest. Oh. Alright, let's finish the scene. Come quick, we have a situation on the cliffside.
On it.
Stow your weapons before we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. The Oathbreaker holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Skewer him. Worry not for me. Graven Ash will protect. The disfavored are all protected by Archon Graven Ash's mystical Aegis, and many who will attest that allows disfavored to endure truly staggering punishment. Oh, so the dude getting stabbed in the gut was fine. However, there are no documented cases of a disfavored surviving decapitation, being sliced in half, or other wantonly fatal doses of trauma. It is highly unlikely that Ash's Aegis will save Drastus from his neck being sliced open. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp. This blade. You're so eager to see your ally dead. Just step closer. Well, we got a skill check option, so obviously we lower our weapon and then we go. Whoa! Gained 50 athletics skill experience. That's right. Now the rest of you now drop those weapons. With his attention on the other warriors, you dash forward. He reaches out with his dagger to slay Drastus, but your hand is already on his wrist. With a wrenching twist, you mangle his hand, dropping the dagger harmlessly to the ground. Oh, we didn't take the dagger, we snapped his wrist. The disfavored warriors rush forward from either side of you. Tyrell barely manages a strained gasp before he hacked and impaled upon their swords. Just all four of them. Kairos be praised. That Oathbreaker fought with the rage of Cairn himself. Who is that? Cairn, the monstrous Archon of Stone, accompanied the disfavored on the conquest of the Tears. His temper and proclivity toward destructive solutions often branded him a liability to the otherwise orderly takeover, but his powers were not easily dismissed. During the Azure campaign, Cain went on a rampage, declaring himself independent of Kairos, the conquest an unlawful sham. Kairos drafted the Edict of Stone to put an end to the rebellious Archon, and his petrified corpse rests in the ruins of Azure to this day. Ah, so that's what I would have dealt with. Drastus slides a trembling hand to the cut on his neck. Thank you, Fightbinder. I thought today was my last. From the look of it, I guess they thought if they swarmed the pass, maybe one might make it out. We found a few scraps of parchment on the bodies. Holds out a handful of crumpled parchments. Literacy is rare in the Northern Empire, where the disfavored are born and trained. Time spent reading and writing is, after all, time not spent sparring and readying one's body and mind for battle. A student of letters yourself should be able to make sense of this. The idea of soldiers being illiterate is so frustrating. Examine the parchment. Repeating the same messages in different written scripts, the parchments explain that the Vendrian Guards desire to overthrow Kairos' Archons and rout their armies from the tiers. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendrian's well. Recruitment material. From the look of it, we kept them from slipping out of the valley. Whatever they hoped to accomplish, I think their plan died here. The Archons are expecting you. When you're ready, leave by the gate to the southeast and follow the trails downslope for a few hours. You'll see the campfire leagues away. Can't miss it. Sounds wonderful. Loot his body! Loot, 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 loot the body. Loot, loot, loot the body. Ooh, what's this? Climb the rope. 35 athletics. Yes, please.
See that?
Hello? Oh, it's a verse. Ooh. Potion. Potion of invisibility? Oh, yes, please. Secret loot. So we got to deal with this guy next. Cosma. You know what? We'll explore the base next time. From so many older ones. 2017 and then 2020. Wow. I forgot that we were doing single save. All right, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful time having everybody. I hope I can stream again later. It means so much when there's so few viewers. Every viewer counts. Subscribe to my YouTube channel that I may make this a genuine, actual career. And thank you very much.